Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Thursday. My name is Dwarven and I work on awesome game dev projects here on Twitch. And today we'll be working on our Unity game, a digital version of a board game that I'm making with a friend. And oh, it didn't change the scene. Okay, hold on. Help. Okay, technical difficulties. GG. It's not changing the scene. Why? Apologies in advance while I try to fix this. Hello, Burnseye. How's it going? I'm having difficulties, technical difficulties. What about now? Yay, we did it. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Okay, I'm gonna play the intro again. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dudezord, and I work on awesome game dev projects here on Twitch. Today's Thursday, which means we'll be working on our Unity game, a game that we are developing with a friend, a digital version of a board game even. And today we will essentially be adding... Okay, I think I want this one. I think we'll essentially be adding support for multiplayer. GG. That's the intro. Welcome, welcome. Good morning, Burnseye. How's it going? Long time no see. How's life going, my bro? So yeah, I mean, that's the plan. We already started implementing parts of the multiplayer, so let me give you a quick look of what it currently plays like. So we already have like a quick lobby that we can create and join. This is going to be player 2. This is going to be player 1. So we can like create a lobby from one of the players. So it's creating, this is like communicating with Unity's backend stuff. So GG, we created this session. And then on the second screen, if I do quick join, because a session is already created, you'll see that the second player immediately joins this one. And then because the player on the left is the host, the player has the possibility of starting the game. But if for some reason the second player decides to leave, Then start game becomes disabled. Surprises your Rust guy using UE5. Bro, I use it all. I use Godot, I use Unity, I use Unreal. Oh, I don't think you've seen my Godot game so far. But, so yeah, if one of the clients disconnects, then the host cannot start the game. If a client connects, but then for some reason the host decides to leave, then that client will become the host himself. So you can see like start game becomes disabled here. So then a new player can join and the new host can then start the game. And when you start the game, it essentially, I mean, the only thing it does is it transitions currently to the game scene, which for some reason it's not working now. Probably because I clicked stop and start sessions too many times, but I know if I'll do it one shot, it works. Hold on. So left player will create the session. It's peer-to-peer. Yes, I think it is peer-to-peer, but it still uses Unity's backend to at least organize to manage the sessions and to know who's connected to who, you know. But once you get that connection, you probably get like direct IPs or something. So, oh, hold on. So this guy connected to a session that didn't exist yet. Okay, this is odd. It feels like there's one, yeah, it feels like there's one session alive that shouldn't be. Oh no. Yeah, surprised to see a Rust guy using UE5. I mean, this isn't UE. This is a Unity. But yeah, I also have the UE game. And I also have the Godot game. Which ones have you seen? And which ones have you not? And by the way, we finished also the Game Boy emulator, which I'm not sure if you've also seen that or not. No, you asked about the basketball game. I'm watching the old chat. Looks like a lewd game for sure. Which one? This one? Hello, Michael. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Okay, too many stuff to manage. To monitor this too much. But yeah, the objective of this game is like it's pretty simple. Essentially, you'll have either 2 or 4 players. If you have 4 players, well, it doesn't matter. But essentially, each player will have its own colored base, okay? And you can place movement tiles of your specific team color. You can only place at most 3 movement tiles per your turn, and you essentially need to create paths so you connect to these numbered tiles or numbered cells. And once you have a path to one of these, you will then place a combat tile worth 1, 2, or 3 units to kind of defend that cell. And if you control that cell by the end of everyone playing once, then you get points from that cell. What will eventually happen is that, for example, imagine that you put a 1 guard defending these +3, then the green team will like start expanding, and then it will try to challenge your free 3 points, but instead of placing a 1 piece, it's probably gonna either try to place a 2 or a 3. So then what happens is you transition to this dice throwing scene here, where essentially both players will throw the number of dice that match the number. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Hold on. No, bro. It's this that I want. Essentially, each player that, so the player that is defending and the player that is attacking, they are gonna go on a 1v1 battle. So if the player that is defending only has one a combat token worth 1 defending the cell, it will just throw 1 dice. So in this case, you will see that it rolled a 3, you know, like it says rolled a 3 here. And then the player that is attacking, because he placed like a 3 worth combat cell, he can like launch 3 different dice, you know, and then we'll measure whoever got the highest value out of all of the dice. So this one belongs to player 1, so he got a 3 worth. These ones belong to player 2, they got a 4 worth, which means that the attacking player won the tile. So then, or won the battle. So what would happen is you would transition again to the regular lava board, and instead of having the 1 blue here, now you'll get the 3 green because the green won the battle. That's essentially how the game plays, and you'll just continue placing until one of the players gets to 35 points, and then it's GG. True, mistook it for UE5. I haven't seen the game by emulator since you got the startup screens running. Okay, I'm gonna give you a personal demo of everything I've worked on. Do you have... sorry. Do you have favorite original Game Boy game that you'd like to see? Something that you might have played in the past. Any game, because this thing is finished and will certainly work with any game you throw at it. Okay, I'm getting messages. I don't care about these. So I have this. Okay, I'm gonna open the other one as well. My first game ever was a Donkey Kong game where you play as Mario and try to climb up the ladders. But for the Game Boy? Probably. Like this, Donkey Kong Game Boy. That's probably this one. Okay, so let's download this one. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Download ROM, download, downloaded, copy, ROMs, paste, copy the entire name. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna stop the music. I'm gonna turn on the magnifier. I'm gonna play this and 200%. Oh. Kinda rendered like crazy, but this part is working. Okay, new file. Let's go. Wow, the memories. I know, right? Oh. Yeah, I don't know how to play this game. What am I supposed to do with the hammer? Okay, hold on. Okay, so I need to go here, grab the hammer. Fuck. I was almost there. Okay, last try. Okay, we are winning this. The backflip, iconic. Okay, hold on. Holy. Those zigzagging barrels are crazy, bro. GG! We did it! Hell yeah! Okay, so I made this. Did it crash? No, it didn't crash. Oh, it's stuck somewhere. 50 meters, so it's even... Oh. Okay, so... And I also implemented this save plus end, which if I save the game now, and if I... Hold on. And if I restart the emulator, surely it saved the game. Okay, sometimes it doesn't work, but we'll see. Yeah, this thing is rendering weirdly, but it's okay for now. Push start. GG. It saved the game, see? Oh, but this is a different one. Then I don't know what happened. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. And essentially, I added support for all types of cartridges, save files. I have music running. I still have like some issues with the music playback, like in terms of timing and stuff. Apparently, there are also some issues with the rendering because like the initial start screen like is kind of junky, but it's whatever. I mean, it works. I don't think I will work on these more. Okay, and then since we finished the Game Boy game, I then started working on the new one in Godot. And I essentially started building a pinball game in Godot, but that will play like an incremental / roguelite game. The objective... Good morning, Simonot. Hello. First is still available to grabs, by the way. So the objective of this game, you will either inherit a pinball table, or you will be like visiting some weird warehouse where you'll find an abandoned one. And when you try to play it, you'll notice that it still kind of plays, but at the same time, most of the things do not work. But the table is like complete. It has like some scratches and dents and all, but the table has all of the elements in it. But when you try to play the table, like it just doesn't like do anything. Let me just quickly put it here. So imagine that this is like a complete table, you know, like you play these, like it's not scoring any points. Even when you hit bumpers and all, like the bumpers don't work, the slingshots don't work, the rollovers don't work, like nothing works. The only thing that works is when you hit the ball with the flippers. Like the flippers apparently is the only thing that actually like propel the ball and give you points. So now you have 8 points, now you have 10 points. And the idea is that when you get to 10 points, this pop-up will appear. Damn, it's very difficult to stop the ball. This text will appear saying, oh, maybe try to visit the shop. And you are like, what the hell is the shop, you know? But I don't know how yet. But I will explain to the player that if they lift, it's jolt physics, right? Yeah, jolt physics. I will somehow have to explain to the player that if they lift both pinballs, both flippers up. Ah, this is the old one. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I have some issues. Hold on. Okay, that's the new table. No. Let's go, bro. Okay, sorry. So if I play these until I go to 10 points. Sorry, I'm using hacks. Okay, but if I'm here, I will teach the player that if they put both flippers up, then some hidden door will open, in this case that one. So if I put the flippers down after like, I think it's 10 seconds or something, it will automatically close. But if the player puts both flippers up for like 1.5 seconds, like this secret door opens, and then you have like 3 seconds to put the ball in, and I did it in one try because I'm really good at it. And then you'll notice that the screen changed, and then now it kind of works as a purchase menu. And you'll notice here that you have 12 points, things apparently cost 10 points, and all of them will go from 0 to 1, whatever this means. But for example, if I buy the spinner is the one that is the easiest to show. If I buy the spinner, which costs 10, then it upgraded. So the next upgrade it costs 50. My points went from 12 to 2. I don't have points to buy anything else. So the only thing I can do is exit. So when I do exit, the ball exits the store, and you're ready to play. But you'll notice now that if I throw the ball, if I can do it, that is, if I throw the ball at the spinner, now the spinner, the hell, it didn't work. Or maybe I purchased the wrong thing. Hold on. Maybe I purchased this drop target instead, which would be a shame. Hold on. Okay, let me use hacks. No. Yeah, I don't know. I messed something up with my code. But since you unblock the spinner, now the spin will start scoring points, which means you start earning points quicker and quicker, which means that then you can go to the store, you can purchase something on the store, like for example, this stand-up target there. You exit the store, and then whenever you hit that stand-up target, now you are getting points as well. See, you got 1 point there. And once you essentially unlock the entire table, I will then make it so you have to play like mini missions on the table as like regular pinball, you know. And if you beat all of the missions for that table, you will then transition. It's weird why this is not working. You will then transition to a second table, where it's not a second table, it's a second playfield. Like something will happen to the table will kind of like morph into something else. But then the same thing will happen where you have a broken table with all the elements in. The elements are not working when they are bounced by the ball. So you need to play a different playfield, a more difficult one with different elements, with different like twists, you know, on how that playfield is played. And again, once you fix it entirely, you can then play the missions to beat the to beat the playfield and then transition to a third table. And I'll do this like for 3 tables or maybe 4 tables. And by the end of it, the last table should be... I want each table to become like more corrupted. Like each playfield will be more corrupted than the previous one. Almost as if the table was cursed or something. So whenever you reach the last playfield, it's completely like deranged behavior. It probably won't look like pinball at all. It will still play like pinball, but it won't look like pinball. When you essentially fix up and beat that playfield, you'll then have like some sort of like boss fight with, I don't know, like the devil or I don't know. And then that's the game. Yeah, some cool pinball mysteries. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the prototype that we've been working on. I'm just trying to create elements, trying to see if I like how the game plays, if the community likes how the game plays. And only then I will decide if I actually go after this or not. So it's not an actual set in stone thing where we are gonna work on this game now for 1 year. That's not the thing. We are trying to figure out if it makes sense. And this is the actual first like table that I tried to create. So the other one is like the sample table where I have one of each element. And this is the other table that I started like creating and stuff. So I mean, it's pretty cool stuff. Point. You know. Okay, and this is the Godot project. So yeah, I have, and then I have the UE5. Have you seen the UE5 game? Probably not. Okay, let's open the UE5 game. You deserve it. You are one of the OGs. New window. Hello, TS Just. Congrats on being first. GG. Whoa, stream. True. Not bad mod, yeah. My mods don't even appear on time on my stream. Crazy. And then Burnseye. I have the third game, which I'm working as a side gig with some friends. And this is the Unreal Engine 5 game. So I have 3 games in three different engines going. And okay, I'm just waiting for this to load. And this one is a real-time strategy game, like akin to StarCraft 2 or Warcraft 3, if you've played those. But this one is a little bit of a simplified version, where you essentially play, if you know the Risk board game, where you have like small troops, you throw dice and then you like battle troops with one another. We are trying to do the same thing, but we're not working on pinballs today. No, we are working on Dwarven checkers, if you know how to read the title. I'm just doing a showcase to Burnseye, because he was one of my first followers. So I don't think he's like up to date with all of the projects. One of your first, yeah. True, I think it was. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, this thing is still trying to boot. yeah, still trying to boot, so we'll need to wait a little bit. Okay, still booting. Okay, hold on. 3 projects at once, huh? Yeah. I mean, two of them help pay the bills, you know. So the Unity one, so this one, and then the real one once he actually decides to boot. They are like side gigs. Although I'm working with friends, we have like a commercial transaction. So I'm earning a little bit of money from each. I mean, it's not enough to get by, you know, but it's still something. Okay, it's booting now. Okay, hold on. So yeah, essentially I have the kind of the requirement to still work a little bit on the Unity and the Unreal Engine 5 game because they bring some money, and I mean, I'm unemployed, so I kind of need to get some money somehow. So this is the game if it decides to work. It's so slow, bro. Come on. Okay, let me just put some bots in here. Okay, I'm gonna put some bots in. Okay, let's play the game. So this is called standalone. I knew this would be your reaction to UE5 boot up speed. Yeah, UE5 is woof. Okay, so we are Team Yellow, GG. So we are these guys here, and essentially we can create like units from your bunkers. You know, we can create units, and then we can essentially like start conquering stuff. Oh, they're raging. Because why not? GG. But yeah, you start like throwing. You start throwing units to other bunkers essentially, and you start to essentially like increment or augment your area of influence essentially. Okay, so these are worth 3. So I'm gonna spam a bunch of these, and I can even attack like this stuff, you know, to open a little bit the space here. GG, GG. But yeah, you start like essentially creating or expanding your fortresses, and also the more countries that you control, the more gold you're gonna earn. So you also want to keep that in mind. And essentially, the bots will be doing the same thing. So you'll see here that we have like these orange team here with some units. You know, they conquered the north. They already sent a boat, or they are preparing to send the boat somewhere. We also have the green team that started conquering like the Iberian Peninsula and France. We have the red team that has started conquering a little bit of Asia. And then the blue team trying to come from the north. And you will essentially need to expand your influence and try to conquer more bases than them. So yeah, this is the other game. Real-time strategy game. And it's gonna work up to 20 people, which is pretty cool. And by the way, we have a Steam page with where you can wishlist the game and follow the development progress. So yeah, these are all the projects that I work on. They're all very cool projects. I would like to have more time to work on all of these, but I don't. So I need to, every day when I wake up, I kind of decide when I want to work on. And today I decided I would be working on this one. GG. Very nice. Thank you, thank you. Nice that you get to choose. Yeah, I mean, I get to choose, but at the same time, there are like some limitations to it, you know. Like both Unity and Unreal, both the Unity game, this one, and the Unreal game. Although I'm getting a little bit of money from each, I only get money if I work 20 hours. So they only pay me for 20 hours a month of development, essentially. But I ended up doing more than 20 hours because I kind of need content for the stream. So the session is created. If I click start game, it like starts the game for both of them. So they only pay for 20 hours. So if I decide to work more than 20, I won't see that money ever. At the same time, if I help them develop the game faster, the game will be released faster as well, and it will be more polished, faster, which also means that potentially whenever the game goes to sell on Steam, I would also get a small cut out of it. I don't know. So there's like several variables here that I kind of need to manage. But usually I try to hit the 20 hour limit on this one. I try to hit the 20-hour limit on Unreal. And then whatever free time I have, I manage it. I use it to work on my own stuff, essentially. No. No, because I mean, I don't want to get into details, but they offered me the possibility of a revenue cut in exchange for not being paid. And I said no, because I'm unemployed and I'd rather have the money. Yeah. But I would say that if I would want, like for example, they pay me for the 20 hours, okay? But for example, I could increase it to 40 hours a month, meaning that 20 of them would be paid, 20 of them would be unpaid, but I then could turn that unpaid into revenue share somehow. But I don't even know how I would make that calculation, like which percentage would make sense, you know? We are only 5 people working on the Unreal Engine game, so I can't exactly ask for like 20% either, you know? Yeah. Okay, so now that the long 44-minute intro is done, Where do you find teams to work with? They're all friends from past jobs that have moved on and found another jobs in professional development, where they found more people that wanted to work on their own games, so they kind of work on their own games in their free time. But because they really enjoyed working with me, they on the previous startup, they contacted me and offered me the possibility of working with them, essentially, in exchange of money, because they know that Portuguese people are very poor, so they need money to live. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, if I remember correctly, which I might not be remembering correctly, we started converting this game manager, instead of being a mono behavior, into a network behavior, meaning that these network variables that live inside this game manager, they will be automatically synced across every player. The thing is that there are going to be some events, like one-off events that are going to happen, that they can't be entirely managed. Well, they could, but I would say that it would be more difficult. They could be just managed with like regular variables. So there will be like some stuff here that we would like to, instead of changing a variable, we would like to call a method on the server to tell the server, okay, this is now the new state, propagate the state to every user. And that's essentially the first thing we need to start doing, which is like this end player turn. So currently, the first player that plays the game, or the player that is in control of its own turn, so each player will play, so blue will play his turn, and then it will click end turn, and then green will play his turn, and then it will click end turn, that stuff. Whenever blue ends his turn, the server needs to know that the blue pressed this button, and this button by default calls this, but it calls this on client code, not on server code. So I have this note here of what needs to happen. So essentially, what needs to happen is that this should notify the host or the server, and then the host should notify every other client. For that, when clicking end player turn, how did you learn C#? Hello, Pulse. Pulse 999. How did I learn C#? Well, I learned C# on my master's degree. So I have a master's in game development and game design, where we essentially worked on Unity projects, to learn stuff, and that's where I learned. So this was like 10 years ago or something, and then my first professional job, which was not game development, but it was similar, I would say, was with like rendering engines for the TV broadcasting industry, and that used C# as well. So then I used C# for like 3 or 4 years. But I mean, the language, it's whatever. Like, if you know one language, you can very easily learn another one. Like I use C# for this project. I also do games in Unreal with C++. I also do a game in Godot, which uses a GD script. I also built an entire Game Boy emulator which uses Rust. So in reality, the language doesn't matter. As long as you understand how your code should be like connected and architectured, then the language is just a. I would say that the language is the thing that matters the least in any project. As long as you kind of feel comfortable with it, you can do pretty much anything. I mean, I know C Sharp, but I don't know all of the advanced stuff from the new versions of C Sharp. You know, I only know like the regular C Sharp that I used to use a ton of years ago, which is like this very simple stuff. So no lambdas, no async stuff, no pretty getters and pretty setters and all of that nonsense. Async is fun. Yeah. Okay, let me message the wife. Okay, so we need to do this. We need to do this. I know there's another project that we looked at. I think it was this, the multiplayer use cases, where this has some samples of network variables and RPCs. RPCs, if you don't know, they mean remote procedure calls, so calling methods on the server. For the ones of you that do not know, okay, so we have the possibility of having network variables and RPCs, so like this one here. This is going to be the host, and then, I mean, there should be a second one. Okay, so we need to figure out how that thing is working. Hold on. I'm already messing this up. So it's this. Okay, and then I pause this. And let's see. So we have the left cube. Okay, so we have the left cube, which uses the network variable, which uses this caller manager script with this use network variable for caller true, and then we have another cube with that to false. So all that we care about is inside caller manager script, which is gonna be here. Let's see what happens. So on awake, we grab the material for that. We have a network variable, which is the caller. So the caller will always be kept in sync. And then on network spawn, we attach the on value change to this. Okay, so when this variable changes, it automatically changes the caller. Pretty cool. But then we want to do this. So when the interact action was click this frame, the client will request a caller change, which will send a message to the server, an RPC sent to server. The server will calculate a new caller, and then it will notify every client that the new caller for the left cube is this. So this is kind of the thing that we need to do here. Okay, GG. Okay, so we'll have this end player turn. I kind of need to think how to organize this code, because I kind of feel like each one of these methods here, they will each one of these methods here, they will, like, the client needs to notify the server. So I have the end player turn client send. So the send to server. So the client will do this, and then I'll need to have a second one, which is the server sends to clients, and then I'll need to have a third version, which is the clients receive from server, which this is the one that will like actually modify everything. So it kind of feel like each method, like each regular method that I have here, is gonna be like 3 of them, which is weird, which is kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. How can I do this? Could I somehow? No, I can't, because I need to tag this with send to server. So I can't have a send to server and a send to clients. Can I do a send to host? It's like I can only either have one or the other, not 2 of them. So I cannot have the same. Yeah, I need to have like separate methods always. Okay, so I will have this hand player turn here. And how do I do this? So the server, yeah, this is the weird part. Like the server will be the one that is gonna modify the network variables. You know, because only one of these guys should do this. Okay. This is kind of weird. This is kind of weird. So the thing is, so the player clicks the button. The player clicks the button to end the turn. I Google like a grown-up, yes. So maybe they should call like a end player turn on the server. Should be this. Okay, how do I actually do this? Do I just... Hold on. I already closed that. Do I just call this regularly? Server, yeah. Gotcha. So maybe this guy here, it should only call end player turn on the server. Oops, end player turn on the server. And then the server clients. The server will then call end player turn clients. Okay, so, but the clients are not responsible for incrementing this. The server is. So, this goes there. Okay, I would say that the first method that we do this is gonna be the one that's gonna take the most. Okay, the server then does this. Current turn value. And then if this happens instead, it's gonna call probably end round on the server or something. Okay, so this part here is done. And then I'm gonna do this here. And then I'm gonna call end player turns clients. So the server will modify like the state of the game. And then each client will see if it's their own turn now. And if they can place the new tiles or not. Because this tile placement manager, I think this runs locally. Okay, but this should somehow also set if current turn value equals numbers of players end round server. Okay, this part can disappear. Okay, so maybe this is the code. Clients and hosts. So the player clicks the button, it just emits something to the server. The server will update its state. I will then need to think how to manage like the animations between like rounds and all. Because I would say that the clients are the one that need to play the animations. I mean, I don't know if I can play the animations on the server. I don't think that would sync. Okay. The thing is that the end player. So when I do end player turn, it should probably set the state to this. Of course. It should call in player turn on the clients. Maybe. But then specific animation should play. And then it should like transition to start player turn. I don't know. It's weird. Okay, I wonder if this is gonna work. The thing now is that this now takes so long to test, you know. Can I, if I do multiplayer tools, it's not here. What's it called? It's multiplayer play mode maybe? Play mode is currently managed by the play mode scenarios. Fuck. Okay, what if I have default there? Cannot activate more players until all compilation on errors are resolved. Okay. RPC method must end with RPC suffix. Fuck. Why? This doesn't make any sense. Like, why are you forcing me to... Why are you forcing me to have this? Boo. Okay, so if I now go on multiplayer play mode, if I do 2 players, I don't know if this is gonna work. Maybe it does. At least if it does, it should be a little bit easier than creating a session from start every time. Okay, we crashed somewhere already. What's up? Hello, Proof of Ze. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, my name is Dudezord. I do a game development project on Twitch. And today I'm working on this digital version of a board game that me and a friend created. Okay, this didn't work. I think, I kind of feel like this crashed somewhere. No internet, I saw live from Lisbon, Portugal. Yeah. I immediately understood that the Proof of Ze was like from a Portuguese folk. How's it going, my guy? All good. Nice. Okay, so what happened? Okay, so this is crashing here. On start game finished, is crashing here. Why? Why? Okay, probably need to stop this. Do you do this full time? Currently, yes. So I was working for an American startup that I worked for 3 years. But the lives of the startup means that eventually they will either become successful or go bankrupt. And the one that I worked for went bankrupt. So currently I'm unemployed or in between jobs, whatever term you'd prefer. So I started streaming at the beginning of March. So I've been streaming for almost 3 months now. Classic. Indeed, classic. But I mean, I'm having fun, so hope you make it with the stream. Thank you very much. I really hope as well. Yeah, I've been having lots of support, which has been pretty cool. This project that I work, it brings me some money every month because I'm being paid to do it. I have another project that I also work on stream, which I'm also getting paid to do. So, yeah. What were you doing at the startup? Okay, I can show it to you. Assuming I have the thing here. What's this? So I worked at this startup here, janitor. Yeah, pretty much. Hello, Elgardia. Welcome, welcome. What do you mean getting paid? Someone hired you to build the game? Okay, so I worked at this startup, Chaotic, and we developed a 3D engine from scratch in Rust and WebGL, and we were able to play all of these games in the browser without like downloading everything at once, you know. So it was like a dynamic download system where you only downloaded the assets that you needed. Okay, so you are a software engineer. I mean, I would say that everyone that is a game developer is probably a software engineer of some sort, you know. Anyone that knows how to code should be a software engineer. Well, not exactly. Because I have a college degree on this, so yeah, I would say, yeah, I'm a software engineer, doesn't matter. But yeah, we built this engine. It even has like an editor and all. We can have like a bunch of animation, dynamic lighting, like physics and all. And it worked like amazing. But unfortunately, because of AI is getting all of the money for yeah, I was the lead engineer plus a manager of some sorts. Elgardia worked with me there. But because all the money now is going to AI, so there was no funding that we could found for the startup. So yeah, the startup died, unfortunately. Because we had like pretty cool tech. RIP. Yep. Okay, I got an email. Unfortunately, we have decided to not progress with your application. Yeah, fuck you too. Fuck you, bro. Yeah, and I've been applying to only game development jobs. Thank you for the follow, Ze. Here's your free confetti. GG's. Yeah, I've been trying to apply to game development companies, but it's tough out there. It's tough out there. And nowadays there are not that many remote jobs, and I've been working remotely for 7 years almost. More than 7 years actually. Yeah. So I've been working exclusively remotely for a ton of time already, and I like working remotely. But the companies nowadays they don't want like remote people anymore. So yeah, it's being a little bit tough, but we'll manage. It's fine. Okay, my guy, what's happening here? Okay, if I click play, what happens? Gotta keep that housing market up. True. Remote working, less real estate deals. Oh, so client ID is 0. How many players I have? I have no players because they haven't been initialized. Because they are only initialized here. But I'm not getting the his host part here. Ugh, I hate this. Okay, so currently I'm having a little bit of an issue with testing this. I should probably look into it. But I'm having a little bit of a trouble of an issue testing this because I don't want to go through the create a lobby every time. There's probably a way to do this, so maybe I should look into that. Because if not, like just the amount of time that it takes to quick join, create a lobby, wait for the lobby to be created, and GG, it created. Now I need to go to the second player, quick join, player joined, and now I need to click start game. So, like if I need to do this for every single test, it's gonna be painful. So let's see. Okay, so this guy already crashed here. Trust and open. Bro, which solution is this? This should be the stem solution. What do you mean? Confused. Game manager 152. So it's crashing here as well. Because this guy doesn't have the players. Are houses in Portugal going way up in price too? You tell me. Feel free to interpret it. It's becoming like unbearable here. Becoming unbearable. Bro, whenever your little pie chart looks worse than the pie chart of two countries that are at war with one another, you know that you are cooked. Lisbon ranks among the most expensive and least affordable capitals in Europe. One of the lower wages in Europe, one of the highest house prices in Europe. Yeah. Worse than Paris, Rome, London, Berlin, and the list goes on. Yeah. And I mean, essentially, we don't have Portuguese people are not paid enough money to purchase a house because you need to have savings. But the thing is that people they're not born with savings, you know. They need to actually save the money, but the 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 rent for houses. So this is not like purchase houses. This is like rent for just a single bedroom, even. So people rent houses here first, but even the rent prices are so high that people cannot like save any money. There are multiple families living in regular houses, like multiple families at once living in a like 2-bedroom house, you know, just so they can share the rent. Because that's the only way that they could save some sort of money. But yeah, usually you have 10 or more people living in houses that are built to like accommodate 3 or 4. So that's happening more and more nowadays. But even then, the salaries are like so shit and the cost of life is so high for our standards that it's just impossible for anyone to be able to stop renting something and actually purchasing a house. But then what happens is you have like those smart ass Americans that they're like, oh, I'm gonna leave to Portugal because things are like very cheap in there, and then they even end up screwing us even more because they can afford like the houses that we cannot afford, you know. So yeah, GG. Moral of the story is don't be born to poor parents. Refuse to be born to poor parents. If you have the choice, choose rich parents. Simple be a nipple baby. Easy. Yeah. Simple be a nipple baby. I mean, I don't even know. Just belongs to the 100%. Yeah. I don't even know how much my house is worth nowadays. I was fortunately enough to buy it for very cheap because it was like a court order thing. I'm pretty sure that 2 years later, this thing is like double the price. You know? Because, I mean, we also put a bunch of money into restoring the house to like modern standards. So the house from inside looks brand new. And we will also be painting it next year. So I think that's an easy 2x. Even a ruin costs a stupid amount of money nowadays. That's very true as well. Okay. For some reason, this did not work. This did not work. For the second client. So the second client is complaining. Why do you want to open that solution, bro? Like, it's this code here, decode Dwarven checkers, Dwarven checkers. Why are you going through MPPM, like whatever? I don't understand. GG, and I closed the freaking ID. Yeah, there are so many people fixing a ruin into YouTube channel. Yeah, bending it. What you mean? Did you mean selling? What? I'm confused, American. Sorry. Good morning, hello. Yeah, you lost me there. I don't know what you mean. What the hell is this? Like remove, yes. Dwarven checkers. Okay, so I think I will need a way. I think I'll need a way to like test these without actually. Oh, I think it's this. It's client and server, and this guy is the client. Ho ho! Local instances. What the fuck is this? No, 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 no. Okay, what if I get rid of the initial scene, you know? Then will this work? Okay, let's see if this works. I mean, it didn't connect. And they both crashed. There. Fuck. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Quick join. Bro, I... How do I do this? Okay, so for the ones of you that are very expert in this, for the ones of you that are very expert in this, how do I debug this scene locally with two windows, but pretending that player 1 is the host and player 2 is the server, is the client? I tried with none, but it's like crashing. So, I don't know. So this one is like client and server. This one is just client. If I put it none here, it means that it's gonna open the current open scene. So in theory, I would say it's this, but this scenario is not set up. Use the edit. Okay. In theory, I would say it's this client and server, and this one is the client. But for some reason, whenever I call start here, so I'm gonna attach so whenever I call this, none of us. I don't know. I mean, Cybernaut has made games in Unity. I would say that most of us have. But the thing is that his host is coming as false, which is not ideal. So it's not a client, it's not a host, it's not anything, you know? Which is kind of weird. Like, my expectation is that one of these would be true. Like, you are either a host or either a client. Yesterday I followed a video on how to do precision modeling in Blender. It's not as bad as I thought. I mean, it's bad but doable. Precision modeling. Oh, by precision modeling you mean the follow like a diagram kind of thing. I mean, there are plenty of plugins. The cool thing about Blender is that there are tons of plugins that you can probably use, and they will help you a lot. Okay, I would say that before I even start doing anything, I need to be able to like play this from this scene directly. I don't want to go through the I don't want to go through the quick join one, because the quick join one, this takes like 1 minute just to set up. You know, because I click play, things start happening, but it needs to deploy to I bet you're missing Godot right now. I mean, to be completely honest with you, I've never worked on a multiplayer game where I needed to implement the multiplayer part. You know? So usually the multiplayer has been like set up by someone else, so I just need to work on top of whatever is currently done. And because I need to do this now on my own, I'm having like tons of issues. I mean, it's not tons of issues, it's just not knowing the tools, you know. I mean, I've used Unity in the past. I don't know Unity by heart. Like everything I need to do in Unity, I need to like search Google or something. Same with Godot. Same with Unreal Engine even sometimes. But see, like this takes a long time. Like just to start the game started, and then it crashes this guy here for some reason. Yeah, I wonder if there's like a way to speed this up. That's what I would like to do. And then found out that Godot can directly import the Blender file and the material, so I think I found a workflow. Yeah, I thought you knew about that. Yeah, Blender and Godot, they go really well with one another. I like working on the networking side of game dev. My last game I used SpaceTimeDB. Yeah, I've heard about SpaceTimeDB. It feels like dark magic. How you can actually like build games on a database. But for this specific game here, I don't know if I want to use it. I mean, SpaceTimeDB is done with Rust, and I don't know if I can like integrate it with Unity. I mean, I don't want to learn a new thing just for like a small game as this. Okay, I want to learn how to like make a multiplayer game here. Like, what is the proper like debugging tools? This version of Unity isn't supported. What do you mean? I don't know. I think I'm on a 6.4. Use Unity to create multiplayer center. Blah 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 blah. I mean, I can always ask ChatGPT to read the Unity documentation for me and tell me. There's Unity SDKs for it, but I don't think it makes sense to use for a game like yours. Yeah, I think Spacetime DB is good for like FPSs, like large MMOs, stuff like that. Because this one is turn-based, then doesn't make much sense. Multiplayer game types. Turn-based. Build a turn-based multiplayer game using the recommended unit multiplayer services and packages. Connecting players. Multiplayer services. Networking. Cloud code. Cloud code is serverless compute service that lets you write and run game logic in the cloud. Because turn-based games don't require real-time synchronization of all game state information, you can use cloud code. Cloud code. Not Claude. It's cloud. To manage the game state and implement turn-based gameplay mechanics. Good job. I mean, I already know about the multiplayer center. It already installed the recommended packages. Question is more, how do I play locally? Like to debug this, you know? Okay, so we have the multiplayer services and cloud code. I don't think I need to do anything with the cloud code part. I mean, it just kind of works. I mean, there's like admin and client stuff and API stuff for leaderboards. Yeah, this is more of a community thing. This is not what I want to do. Is the bug an issue because you gotta start up the two instances and it gets annoying? No, the annoying part is that so far the only way that I have this working is I need to go through the lobby scene. And going to the lobby scene requires waiting this for deploying into the serverless thing in the cloud, so it takes time. So I need to wait. And starting scenario. Okay, scenario has been started. So now I have two instances. So now I need to join a session, which is going to create one for this game. I need to wait a little bit for the session to be created. GG, session has been created. So now I need to go on the second screen, quick join. I need to wait for this guy to join as well. It has joined. I need to go to the first window and click start game. And now both start the game. And only now I start like debugging game code. But as you can see here, like this crashed immediately. So I will need to make some changes to the code, you know, and then try again. But going through the lobby and waiting for the deployment and waiting for all of that nonsense is gonna take way more time than just trying to fake it and run locally. So I wonder if there's like a setting here somewhere which like mocks all of these up just so it runs like locally with the same code as before. That's what I want to do. Because for example, if I open these multiplayer use cases here, which is one of the things that they have, Hold on. They will have, for example, this proximity checks scene, which is going to be this one here. But I can go to window multiplayer player mode, and I can like create another 3 players, you know. This is going to create like 3 more Unity instances here. It takes a little while, but it's fine. But when I click play, like this goes immediately. It doesn't wait for so I click this, I click play, but then I need to say, okay, this guy is the host still, and then I need to go here, this guy is a client, and then I need to go here, this guy is a client as well, then I need to go here, this guy is a client as well, and now I have like a bunch of characters, you know. But I mean, at the same time, I kind of wanted it to like connect automatically to this level, but this didn't require deploying into Unity's cloud, you know. This is just like running locally on a local server. Surprise, Cloud haven't sued them over Cloud Code. I mean, Cloud Code probably exists way before Claude. But I mean, these works, you know. And there's probably a way to say, okay, this is a client, these are servers, and then it just like creates it automatically there. Maybe. So what I'm trying to do is this, like the ability of joining a scene by default. I mean, because, so for example here, you are just like creating like virtual players, but you're not saying each player is a client or a server. But there's the other way, which is these scenarios, which I don't know if it's gonna work, by the way. But I'm gonna say that this guy is gonna be client and server, and then I want to have 2 more guys which are gonna be clients only. And now if I play here, no, this is not gonna work because I need to change the scenario. If I do this, yeah, this kind of does the same thing, like it's deploying, so it's gonna take time. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what is the best way to do this, because this also didn't work. So this is a client, but there's no server, you know. Okay, now it works. But if I disconnect and I say that this guy is the server and this guy is the client, yeah, bro, I don't know. I essentially want an easy way to play locally, but running the same multiplayer code without all of the going outside of my network nonsense. And hopefully something that I could like one click create the 4 windows. First one will be host always, the other 3 will be clients. That's what I would like to have. Sessions tutorials. But the thing is this, that you need to create a session, and I kind of want to create a session like automatically. Okay, I don't want to lose time with this. Let's ChatGPT this crap. Let's ChatGPT this. Hello, I'm making a multiplayer game in Unity. Please refer to this and all its sub pages before replying. I want the ability to, with one click, launch one's host and multiple clients automatically connected to one another and able to use his host and client from network behavior. Let's ChatGPT this way, lose more time with AI nonsense. Lol. I mean, maybe you can make a bootstrapper script. Maybe I can, I just don't know what I need to do. Ideally, I wouldn't want to go through any of the Unity Cloud nonsense because I'm debugging. I want to debug all of these locally. I already have a lobby scene that creates a lobby session and waits for more players, and when it is full, the host clicks start game and everyone loads up the actual game scene. But I want to start at the game scene directly, already with predetermined or predefined host and client instances to skip all of the setup time to put a new lobby, join, wait, and start the game. What is the best way to accomplish this? Should be modular enough so I can choose between local playing, local testing versus Unity multiplayer through the cloud. It should reuse all the same network variables and RPC methods and all of that. It must use go. Now we wait. Yes, this is exactly the kind of workflow Unity's local multiplayer tooling is intended for, and you do not need Unity Cloud Lobby Relay for it. The cleanest architecture is keep all gameplay networking in netcode for game objects. Abstract the connection bootstrap layer. Use local transport plus multiplayer play mode. Parallel sync. What the fuck is parallel sync? Test multiplayer. The Unity editor extension allows to Test multiplayer gameplay without building the project by having another Unity editor window open and mirror the changes from the... This is old as fuck. Use Unity lobby relay only for production matchmaking. That way, is host, is client, network variables, RPC, sync, ownership, spawning all behave identically in both modes. Unity explicitly supports local multiplayer iteration with multiplayer play mode. Local player builds, parallel sync clones, like bro, ignore parallel sync, thank you. Like parallel sync is very old school. Testing multiplayer games locally. Oh, so at some point in time, they add that this page. Testing locally, but now they don't have it. Testing locally, GG. Did it say last coming 2 years ago? Yeah. What do you actually want? Press play, automatically launch, one host and clients, all connected locally, directly into gameplay, scene bypass lobby flow. Yes, very smart. Unity's official multiplayer play mode docs. Unity is specially designed for this for multiple local players, sim editor, sim source assets, fast iteration. You can spawn host clients, blah 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 blah. Create a network bootstrap. They have 2 implementations. Oh. Yeah, Burnseye won. GG. You win. So I have 2 of them. So for cloud and for local. Game scene bootstrap. Mono behavior. Start local session or start cloud session. Multiplayer player mode manager. Oh, I didn't even know you could have like a player index. I mean, whenever LLMs are like my actual recommendation, caps lock, best dev workflow. Even better. Bro, if this is the best one, why the fuck you have one called even better? Best dev. No, this is the... I'm not logged in because I don't want to leak my conversations. So this is using like an older model of some sort. Whoa. Okay. Now that we have an idea, let's actually read the documentation. Testing a multiplayer game presents unique challenges. You need to run multiple instances, iterate quickly on custom code, debug work, using player build to validate blah blah blah, using multiplayer play mode package to simulate 4 players on the same development device. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to do. Multiplayer play mode is a Unity package you can use to simulate up to 4 players simultaneously on the same development device while using the same source assets on disk. It allows you to reduce project build times, run your game locally, and test the server-client relationship all from within the Unity editor. Okay, but how do I actually like use this? You know, because this nonsense is this thing here. You know, it's this. But how is this different from the play mode scenarios? You know. Well, bruh, why you being so bro? Bruh. I told you he's the Portugal leader of that cult. Yeah. What's it called? Uh, Basilisks something. Rocco's Basilisk. Yeah. Be nice to the AI and help the AI whenever the AI asks for help, and you'll be saved. Is this network manager what you need? The fuck, it didn't copy. Hold on. The hell? Yeah, that feels like legacy stuff. No, 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 no. This is legacy. This is Unity 5.6. We are on 6.4. I mean, I do have this network manager here still. Where? Here. I still have like the network manager. So yes, I'm using it. And this is the thing that is responsible for creating like the server and all of this. Compatibility, requirements, limitations, round scale and authoring. Oh. Multiplayer preliminary designed for small scale local testing, up to 4 total editor players. Editor instances are essentially behaving as lightweight editor instances. Well, good job. Main editor host plus additional editor client. Main editor acts as a host with additional editor as client using direct IP connection. Using Unity Relay. I think I'm using Unity Relay, but how is that set up? I don't know. Maybe, okay. Maybe, I think this doesn't work because I don't have this network manager on. I don't have this network manager on the main game scene, you know. That could be it as well. So if I go to the regular lava board scene, well, I actually have. Never mind. Yeah, then I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Okay, but it has buttons in there. But then it crashes here. Okay, hold on. We might be able to... Because it has buttons, you see. So maybe I can click start host and then start client. Oh, so this guy now is the host. Oh. So maybe this is what I need to do. Maybe I need to say that this guy is going to be the host and the other ones are going to be the clients by default. And then it should work. Which is, I guess, similar to what Mr. GPT says. Yeah, so this guy gets network manager and then says start host. And then the other ones get, say, start client. And they automatically connect there. Okay. Yeah, maybe this is what I need to actually do. So I need to have like this script here. Scripts. Multiplayer. Okay, I'm gonna create a new script. It's gonna be a local network bootstrap. You need to chill, little guy. Cat wants to go outside. No, I actually think he might want food. I don't think I gave him food yesterday. Okay, be right back. I think he's hungry. Hold on. Hola, I'm back. Is that cat sort? Yeah. But his name is Da Vinci, so... You actually add food, by the way, but you know how cats go. If they can see like the bottom of the little plate thing, they immediately start to starve. Okay, so I need to be able to start host and start client directly. But how can I actually do this, you know? Because if I do this, can I like create a tag to a player and then I use these tags? Like maybe I can use the tags for checking this, you know, host, client. You know, and these are going to be hosts. These are all going to be clients. And then whenever I connect, I check if I have a tag. If I have a tag, I run this script. Local network bootstrap. Local network. So maybe. So if I do this. Okay, hold on. He's gonna puke. GG. Okay, fake news. Probably puke too if I was covered in hair in 30C heat. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it just started meowing weirdly. And I thought it was about to throw up, but no. It was fake news. Fake news. Import type, Unity transport. Okay, so we have... Bro. Oh my god, stop. So we have this amazing thing here working. Although in reality, I could probably... I mean, hold on. Okay, host, client, client, client. If I go to the network manager and I attach the local network here, can't add the script local network because the script class cannot be found. Oh, local network. Sorry. Bruh. Here. Okay, so if I add this guy, oh my god, compilation errors where? Please. Okay, good job. Okay, now, surely now I can connect this local network here. Okay, and I don't need the address and port because I can grab it from the Unity transport. You know, but it's whatever. Auto start host. No, I don't want to auto start the host. What I want to do instead is I want to grab the player tag. Do we know how that works? So these guys here have player tags. Unity player tag. No. Multiplayer. Yes. If you haven't done so, create these. Okay, you can have tags. Attach a tag to a player in the play mode scenario. Use tags in the player script. Current player read-only tags. To a network object. Attach the script to a network object. Oh, yeah, it's this. Okay, where do I get current player from? String array. What? Okay, var player tags equals this. If player tags dot length equals 0, I just like return. Bless me. Okay, is this what I need to do? Then here I do player tag 0. Okay, maybe this works, I don't know. Is obsolete. Read only tags have been deprecated. Use tags. Bro, fuck you. Count. Okay, surely this is gonna work. Surely this is gonna work. I mean, the set connection data just sets this, but I mean, it's already defined. Okay, never mind. I'll just do this instead. Okay. Okay, do we think this is gonna work? I mean, it would be glorious if it did. Okay, so if I click, now I need to go on multiplayer, player mode, activate a second player, which is gonna be a client. Okay, now I kinda put a breakpoint here and click play, I guess. Fingers crossed. Player tags host. Seems like it worked. Seems like it worked. Okay, I probably want to change the execution of the scripts just so local network. I mean, at least the one on the left like connected. So start client. Okay, I probably should not put the breakpoint in there. Okay, so I stop and start. See, start client, initialize there. So this guy started the client properly. This guy started the host properly. But then this guy crashed there, but it was already crashing the other way. But I mean, this appears to be working. So if I do this and then end turn. Oh, it went back to it. Okay. It kind of worked. It kind of worked. Okay. But at least now I should have the possibility of attaching, instead of attaching to the main unity, I can attach to player 2. You know? And by attaching to player 2, I can try and figure out like what the hell is happening. So whenever I do his host thing, so if I go here, I stop this, I play this. So the host already is like started and all, and I stopped at the breakpoint where I'm not the host, but I'm also not a client. Oh. Yeah, this is weird. Okay, can I also attach to the Unity editor? Well, I can probably only attach to one at a time. Oh, sorry. This is what I want to do. Okay, so I have the regular Unity, and then I also want to add to player 2. And now I should be able to test both of them. Okay, so if I click play here, this should stop in code on the breakpoint. It does. But this guy says that he is the host. He's a client and he's a host. And he's the owner and he's the server and has authority and all of that. What about the second player though? Second player is the one that is like kinda scaring me. Okay, something odd here happened. Okay, so maybe I will need to have a start game method. Okay, hold on. Who the fuck am I? Okay, if I'm on player 2, player 2 is not the host, so this is wrong. Okay, I don't think I can like connect to both of them at the same time. But it's okay. Okay, where do you stop? Okay, it's not stopping there anymore. Oh, it's here. Never mind. It's actually working. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, the thing is that player 2 is not a client. Probably because the host takes like some time to connect. So maybe this is not like immediately available here on start. So I wonder if instead of this start thing here, maybe I need to call the other one, which is on network spawn. Extended? What do you mean extended? Okay, let's try this again. The previous song was the extended version. That's funny. Okay, surely now because I'm only calling these on network spawn. These guys still crashed on line 154. Okay, so on network spawn didn't even get called. Oof. Why? Can I rename this? No. Okay, so now I'm attached to both of them. Okay, I wonder if the automated animations that I put in is like the thing that is messing up with this. I don't know, I don't get an headache with these songs. Meh. It's fine. Okay, so on network spawn gets called for the host. But it doesn't get called for the client. Because apparently the client is like crashing. Or something. Okay, so where is this getting called? Okay, maybe I need to get rid of the on start game finished, like the automated one. Because I kind of feel that that might be the issue. Okay, where is it? Yeah, so there's the start game timeline. Okay, hold on, where does this crash? It crashes here. On start game finished. Okay, it's used on this Unity game manager thing. Hold on. Yeah, so I have this signal receiver here. On start game finished. But this only happens because I call start game in my code. And this start game triggers the timeline manager. Okay. But I mean, this is working on the on-network spawn. Okay, so hold on. If I comment out this, I mean, the game shouldn't start now, I think. Okay, so these his host true. Okay, what about the second player? Yeah, this is weird. Like the second player gets created, but the second player does not call on network spawn. Start host pending client 0 connection approved. Synchronization complete. Why doesn't on network spawn get called at all? And also, how is this possible? Because I mean, this needs to be getting called. There's no way this is not getting called. Unless no, because okay, previously, okay, I see. Previously, this was on start. Yeah. Um. I'm very confused already. Okay, is there a way for me, like when I do start client, to actually know? Like when it connected? I kind of want to like await. I don't want to wait for this client connection to be done before it goes on to something else. But the weird part is that I would assume that on this game manager, I mean, start game is only getting called here on network spawn. But this kinda would need to happen to both of them. Okay, what if I put a breakpoint in here? I don't know what I'm doing. Help. Help, help, help. Yeah. GG. We crashed Unity. Okay, so if I click play here, now there's some sort of like network race condition going on. But this is kinda good, you know? Others is already in use. No, it's not. Yeah, now this is not working because for some reason we have something here alive that shouldn't be. Fuck this crap. Okay, 7778. We go again. Okay, so this is the host. So call start host, which calls network spawn, which calls start game. Okay, I like this. So this thing here does the initialization as it's supposed to. I mean, all pretty good stuff. But why doesn't the client call on network spawn? That's the part that I don't understand. It might take 3 hours to implement, but it has the potential to save you minutes of waiting and debugging. I mean, it's minutes every... No, it's minutes every time. Is the client attempting to connect to a game? The client should be attempting to connect to the host, which is this one. So this guy here is the host. But the client... Oh, the transport was shut down. The fuck? Why? So, if I do this... Should, but is it? I don't know. Like, it called start client initialize, but it didn't connect to this guy anymore. Which I don't know why, because I did change this port here. So this client is not connecting anymore. But when it was at 7777, it kinda worked. But now probably it's gonna complain that something is still running there. Okay, so we have start client. Yeah, now it's complaining that it's using like the same port. Okay, so I need to go on the resource monitor. Network. Ports. 7777. 777. Unity exe. Okay, how do I kill this one? Oh, there's only one Unity. Fuck. Okay. GG. Hold on. Rest Unity Hub. Okay, surely now it's gonna work. For sure, no cap. Okay, 7-7. Play. Oh, it didn't even create the second player. What do you mean? Okay, so I'll need to do this every single time, which is going to be very annoying. Okay, so if I click play here, okay, so now the client connected. Okay, and now this is calling, I see. So now this is actually calling both. So if I do a stop in here, now I click play. Okay, so this is the start host is calling start game. And this is the... Bro, you need to chill, I was here. And this is the on network spawn that got called on client sync. So it's also calling this. And then after a while it goes here. Okay, so both are here, which is pretty cool. But the first thing that I'm gonna say, well, so this client ID is not getting synced for some reason, which is not ideal. Yeah, I kind of need to fake this client ID somehow, I would say. Oh no, this is actually client ID 1. Okay, so they are actually different, which is pretty cool. But the thing is that the player, the host, initialized this properly. But the client didn't. So I don't know what happened. You know, I don't know what happened. Like for example, the current value is start game, if I move the host to there, the current value start round, because this is the host, it should like change it to everyone. So can I like skip ahead or something? Skip to here. I mean, this should have updated, and it didn't as well. But yeah, I would say that the issue now is that this network player data is not thinking properly, which is kind of weird. So let me try and see how this is supposed to work. Oh, because this only happens on network spawn. But on network spawn, only this is gonna happen here. But I mean, in any case, this is not like syncing properly. Like this network player data, which is serializable. Maybe you cannot serialize an array. Maybe it needs to be like a network variable of an array of things, or a network player data holder. But in any case, this network player data should be in sync. Hello, Robina. How's it going? So yeah, I would say that now the issue is that the list of players only happens on the host when the host connects, which is not correct. So I would say that if you're not the host, then you kind of need to tell the host that you connected, you know? So I'll probably need to have an RPC called connect player. You know, connect player. I mean, I can probably start it with -1. Oh, it needs to be a U long. Okay, I can probably start this as a 999. Doing well on you? I'm doing well as well. I'm trying to learn how to implement multiplayer games in Unity. It's been a little bit tough, but I think we'll manage. So what do I need to do here? So I want to initialize this array. Oh, and this is from the connected players. Okay, I see. I need to have different... So I need to have different initializations depending if I'm on debugging or actually running from the lobby. Because when I'm doing from the lobby, when I load the game scene, I already have these connected client lists with the data here. So this is already gonna work. So this is gonna work already. Um, I mean, and this should work as well, but how do I do this? Because the thing is that this runs immediately for the host, so only the host will be here. But I kind of need a button just to, or I need to wait for like 3 seconds or something if I'm running locally. And only then I call this. Okay, how do I do this? So if I put a bool, is local development equals false. And then on the local something script, hello. Okay, let me stop this. So, this is tough to like think about, you know. Okay, so if I go here on multiplayer on this local network, so this is only gonna get called for the current player, which is fine. But when doing this, I want to call like the game manager. It's not this. The game manager dot instance, and I want to say is local development equal to true. The local development equals to true. Yeah. Which means that whenever I enter this on network spawn, if I'm doing local development, I kinda need to like do things differently. So I want to do this, but I kinda want to wait like 2 or 3 seconds before I do this. If I'm the host, that is. And if I'm the client, I also need to wait a little bit. Okay, how do I... Can I just call sleep? Probably not. I think it's like wait for timeout or something. Wait 4 seconds. Class name. No, it's a new. Wait 4 seconds. Float. Delay execution. Is it like yield? Or await? I don't know how to use this. So essentially I want to wait but without like blocking. Yield. Oh, but it needs to be a coroutine. I see. Okay, so I need to call a coroutine, which is gonna be this. It's gonna be a initialized game. No, this is gonna be called initialized game. And then here I'm gonna do a float duration. Yeah, float duration. Or I can just do a hard code it there. So I'm gonna do await, no, yield return, new wait that, and then actually do this, and then call start game. Okay, and no matter what, I just call start coroutine initialize game. Okay, does this make sense? So this is gonna force the host to wait for 3 seconds. The host and the clients. So they have like 3 seconds to connect. And then I think I don't need his local development. Maybe I will. I don't know. Okay, so I'll put the breakpoint there. Okay. So now if I click play, the host should enter this after 3 seconds. And now it says that it has 2 guys connected, which is pretty cool. Oh, why didn't this guy? Oh, yeah, he continued. Okay, so it has 2 players connected, player 0 and player 1, and it's properly initializing them, or is gonna to proper initialize them. Yeah, but then this guy here does not get like synced properly. Okay, this is kind of weird. Okay, hold on. So what if I do this, and then I do like a yield for 1 second, just to make sure that this thing actually like gets copied over. And maybe this is gonna work. Who knows? On a star, on a on the Okay, it's here. Okay, so we click play again. Okay, I think we are getting there. I actually believe we are getting there. So they are connected automatically. Okay. And both of them stopped here. The host has both players 0 and 1 created. This guy doesn't. This guy doesn't. Which means that this is the wrong way. This is the wrong way to synchronize that variable. Okay, so if I do network variable to network variable base, does this mean that I need to create a network variable? Okay, network variable of an array in Unity. Oh, it's a network list. GG. Simonot, your music is playing. So it's a network list of network player data. Must be a valid and managed type, simple, numeric, bold, blah blah blah, enumeration type or struct type with all fields of unmanaged type and any level of nesting. Oh. The human body has over 40 sphincters. GG. Okay, so apparently the issue is that I cannot have like arrays in here. You know, it doesn't like the fact that I have this. For some reason. But I need to have this still. It's a banger though, isn't it? Fortunately, it's short enough. Just so it doesn't bother me too much. Okay. iNetwork serializable. Interface for implementing custom serializable types. Provides bidirectional serialization to read and write the desired data to serialize this type. I mean, sure. But how am I supposed to use these iNetwork serializable? I have a struct that has all the card data I want to serialize. The strings and hints work perfectly, but when I try to add the list of ints, the network serialize function says it can't convert from ref list to ref string. You cannot directly blah blah blah. What the fuck, bro? Okay, so this is card data. So card data is this, and it has a list. Which I do this serialization for the damage amount. And then I need to serialize apparently the length. And this array. But I mean, where are you writing this how effect index to array? I mean, but this array isn't attached there. Nah, bro, this is not correct. Okay, so this tells me how I serialize this thing here. But for some reason, I cannot serialize a list of this. I don't know why, because if this implements iNetwork serializable, why shouldn't I be able to just do this nonsense? Can I do a network array? Unity network list. I'll create a simple list of ints that is synced between all clients and the server. Network variable hint. Network list ints. Bro. Is there like a freaking tutorial? Like, these guys do not teach you how to do this. Getting started. Yeah. Do we have a network list here? You don't. Well, then you are kind of useless, aren't you? I'm trying to create a game where players take turns drawing to their screens. I need a list of vector 2 points for each paint stroke, but then I need a list of those strokes to show full drawing. Traditionally, I would create a list of lists, but since I want this information stored on shared from my server, I need a network variable, network list to keep track of everyone's paint strokes. So this guy has a network list of vector 2s. But it's saying that list of vector 2 cannot be used because it's not a... Must be a non-nullable value type. I'm also trying creating an iNetwork serializable vector 2, but I'm getting the same error. You have to create your own type of network variable. Yeah, that's what I thought I needed to do. Testing session serialization. Unity primitives. Enum types as well. Arrays. Okay. Netcode for game object has built-in serialization code for arrays of C# value type primitive, like int, string arrays. Oh no, okay, gotcha. So an int array works. But if you are passing a string container, the string container will have a string, and then we need to serialize that somehow. Okay, then we have native containers. Okay, so you can't nest them. native list. What the hell is a native list? Okay. iNetwork serializable. You can use the iNetwork serializable interface to define custom serializable types. I kind of wanted them to talk me about the network list versus network variable thing. Custom network variables. In addition to the standard network variables available in netcode, you can also create custom for advanced implementations. The network variable and network list classes were created as network variable base class implementation examples, while the network variable T class is considered as production ready. You might run into scenarios where you have a more advanced implementation in mind. In this case, you can create your own implementation. It's so freaking difficult, bro. Okay, so this is a custom variable, my custom network variable, which derives from network variable base, which has a list. Custom generic. I don't understand. I don't know what's the difference between a network variable and a... Well, maybe I can do a network variable of a network variable of an array of these. Cannot convert initializer type player data to target that. Oh. So maybe this is gonna work, like the players, like this, because this derives from a network serializable, which if it didn't, maybe this wouldn't compile. I mean, at the same time, this has so many current compilation issues that players.value I mean, I kind of need to do player.value equals new number of players. Yeah. Okay, and then here, okay, it needs to be players.value, I guess, everywhere. Okay, is this gonna work? Network player data, they manage blah 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 blah. Manage type in network variable must implement equatable network player data. Okay, so it's not only about the iNetwork serializable at all. So apparently this is still gonna work. Okay, but it needs to implement an equatable that network player data. Does this work? A generic equatable not supported. No, so this is not the way. It's kind of difficult to understand. So I need to have, it looks like I cannot have one element. I need to have a list of elements. So I don't think I can do this. I mean, let me test. So if I do an int array here, does this give me more errors than before? Yeah, it also doesn't work for int32. Okay, never mind. So I cannot do this. Can I do a network list of this? The type must be a valid and managed type, with all fields need to be unmanaged. So it cannot use strings. So no, I cannot use this. So I need to do a network player data list instead. So I have the player data, and I'll need to create the list inside. But how do I make this? How do I make these work? So I just create a new custom network variable. Okay, which is a class that derives from base. And in order to do this, we need to implement all of these fields, all of these methods, And then I'll say that, okay, I'm gonna have the list of network player data. It's gonna be players. And then when writing something, this is gonna be the most difficult part, I would say. Do nothing. Do I need the deltas? It's kinda scary though. Okay, so it kind of feels like I need to... Okay, what type is sum data? Sum int data, some float data, list of values long. So I need to write the count value. Okay, so it's the client, the score, the movement tiles, and then the combat tiles dot length, and then this. I mean, why do I need to write this count here? So it's int data, float data, list of values dot count. This is kinda very odd. And then for reading is even weirder. Some data to synchronize dot clear. Oof. I feel like I'm making this way more complicated than it needs to be. Items to update. Okay. Write field and the read field, they don't even have like a comments to explain what they are supposed to be doing. Bro, this is so difficult. Okay, hold on. I'm chat GPTing this thing. There's no way it needs to be this complicated. Okay, so it's saying that I could turn this into the iNetwork serializable, which I already did in the past. But then I can do a network list of the network player data. But I mean, this wasn't working. Yeah, I don't think I want arrays. Arrays are yucky. Yeah, I mean, apparently it's this. And then I can use the network list. I hope you are correct, sir. So if I do a network list of network player data, and the only thing that this needs to do is derive from inet serializable, which has this, which just calls serializable dot serialize value in order. So I have ref client ID, score, movement tiles, combat tiles. I'm not sure if this is gonna like the combat tiles part, but I can comment these out now, for now. Network player data. Okay, but it's still telling me that the type network player data must be valid and managed. This is the part that I'm not getting. Like it's only, maybe it doesn't like the client ID. Must be a valid and managed type. Now it's hella weird. It's very weird, very weird. What does unit say? Copy. Okay, now it's just lying. Ay, ay, ay. Now it's just lying. Typical LLMs. Typical LLMs. What are you making? Hello, Carterman. I'm trying to make a board game, multiplayer, essentially. I have it working single player, meaning that using the same keyboard and mouse, I can like change between the players and the score, keep track of the score and the game logic and all of that. And now I'm translating this, so you and I could play in different sides of the world with one another. But it requires like serializing a bunch of data back and forth. But this is not working. This is not working. Like I want to add the network list, but network list only wants simple stuff, apparently. So maybe they don't even want this. No, network list only allows simple data. Enumeration or struct type with all fields of unmanaged types at any level of nesting in order to use it. Okay, does it need to be a struct then instead of a class? Okay, so apparently now I need to implement something like this. Okay, so it cannot be a class. Okay, we learned something. It cannot be a class. It needs to be a struct. Yeah, if it is a class, then it's a no-go. Gotcha. Okay, what if I do this? Do you still like this? Non-static cannot have initializer. Oh, so it doesn't like an int array. Okay, can it be a list then? Okay, this is way more difficult than I thought it would be, honestly. Non-static struct member cannot have an initializer. Right, because it's a struct member. So I need to do this here. Okay, so this should allow me to do this then. So if I do this, and then here I do new int array constants dot max combat styles. Yeah, but I don't think this likes the int array. Yeah, this doesn't like the int array. Does this like the list? It also doesn't like the list. Does it like if this is a network list? Also no. I mean, I don't want to have 4 different things. Okay, they suggest using like a fixed list of type hint. I don't know which thing this is. Oh, okay, it liked this. Okay, so it needs to be something that implements all of this nonsense. And managed resizable list whose contents is all stored directly in the 32-byte struct, useful for small lists. Okay, so how many fixed lists do we have? What type of constructors you have? Only these ones. Okay. I probably want to add 4 guys. So 4 in I equals 0 I less than constants dot max combat tiles. This. Okay, so that's the client ID. Score is gonna be 0. Movement tiles is gonna be 0. Combat tiles are all gonna be 0. And combat tiles equals that. Okay, I think that now this should hopefully work. Okay, so I have a network list of players. So I think I'll want to do players.add, and then I do add a new this. Okay, can I make this a long now? I can. Okay, cool. Okay, so now I can get rid of all the players.value. Cannot modify struct. Okay, it's gonna be players.count. Okay, I think we are getting closer to this. Cannot modify the return value. Okay, so I probably need to do a players dot right field. No. Hold on. So players is a list. I mean, this should have length. Why didn't length work? Okay, how do I change like an intermediate value? Okay, let me see what this guy says. Cannot modify the return value of this int because it's not a variable. Turns the struct by value, not by reference. It's trying to modify temporary copy. Oh, so I need to... Okay, I need to get it, modify it, and copy it back. Gotcha. So I need to say var player equals players I. Then I do player dot score that, and then I do players I equals player. Okay. This should work. Hopefully, that is. Okay, it's compiling. So that's already good enough. Okay, so we call start game, and then we should have here a start game on start game finished. Okay, so I'm gonna click play, and after 3 or 4 seconds, both host and client. Oh, for fuck's sake. It didn't work. Okay, so it didn't like this network variable. I didn't like the network delta. Oh. Yeah, okay, so I think I need to implement the delta as well. Serialization has not been generated for network player data. This can be addressed by adding a generate serialization for generic parameter attribute to our generic class that serializes this value. Adding generalized serialization for type attribute to the class or method that is attempted to serialize that creating. There continues to appear. Okay, so I might need to be able to call generate serialization for. Apparently. But in any case, this guy, players. Oh, yeah, it didn't serialize, it's empty. Obviously. Okay. Okay, bro. Okay, so do these guys call this? Generic types. Use serializers that Unity generates based on types discovered during a compile time code generation process. This means you need to tell Unity's code generation algorithm which types to generate serializers for. To serialize hard-coded types. Okay, where do I put this? Network variable base. Okay, so maybe I need to just put it here. Generate this. Type. Struct name is not valid at this point. Hello Zoro. Hi, I see you use different engines for different projects. Just wonder, any particular reason or just to broaden your knowledge? The engines find me. I don't find the engines. Okay, so for example, this game right here, it's not my game. Okay, so I didn't have any saying into choosing which engine to use. This is a project that I'm doing with someone else that asked me for help. So he decided that this game would be in Unity. And then I have the RTS game Standalone, which also belongs to a friend of mine that asked for help, and the project I had already started in Unreal Engine, so I used Unreal Engine for that one. I didn't have any voice into choosing that one. Then I have another project which is still not on the list, by the way. But this one, I would say that you can blame me. So I have this pinball prototype that is not on the ongoing projects yet. But this one, I would say that you can blame me for choosing Godot. But I kinda chose it just for the memes, you know, just for saying, yeah, I have 3 games in 3 different engines. I'm like Giga Chad game developer. But yeah, literally, I only chose Godot just because of that. I mean, also it's open source, and I want to give it a try and see how it feels. But it was mostly a meme. But I mean, it reaches a point where the engine that you use kind of doesn't matter. As long as you understand the concepts, you can easily search for things. Currently, the issue that I'm having is that I've never worked on a multiplayer game started by me, so I don't know how to plug all of this yet. Isn't it hard to switch? As I remember, it uses different languages too. Yeah, so Unity uses C#, Unreal uses C++ or Blueprints, and Godot uses GTScript. But I also have another project that I worked on stream, which is a Game Boy emulator that I built using Rust, you know. So it's like 3 or 4 different languages. It's not really that hard to switch. It was probably at the beginning. So when I started streaming, like the different projects, going from one to the other, sometimes I would like mix up the like what you needed to write. Nowadays it still happens, but I mean, the language is just the language, you know. If you're not going for like very hardcore syntax, if you just like write regular simple code, I mean like some for loops or something, then it's kind of the same in all of them, you know. So it's not a big it's not that difficult, I would say. I mean, it also helps if you have several years of experience, you know. Like I worked with C# professionally, I worked with C++ professionally, I worked with Rust professionally for like 3 years each, 3 or 4 years each, so that also helps. Okay, so this is complaining. But yeah, I mean, those are pretty cool answers that no one has asked before, I think. The language and the engine that you choose is what matters the least. What matters is if you are willing to put in the time to actually make something good, if you are willing to put the time to learn what you don't know. And I mean, if you understand the base concepts of how a game is made, what a 3D mesh is, what a material or a shader is, what is an execution script, how you load assets in and out, how you spawn stuff, how you use physics, then it doesn't matter. It's just the same thing with slightly different words from one engine to the other. By the way, you might want to look at a rider license. Why? I'm technically not making money out of this. I mean, it's still non-commercial. The game is still not for sale. And we never know if it's actually gonna be sold or not. So but in engine concepts, like everything is a scene in Godot, everything is components in Unity. I mean, that differs a little bit, but not as much as you think, actually. I mean, the difference between a scene or between a game object in a or a prefab in Unity from a prefab in Godot is that in Godot you can only attach one script per entity, you know, so each entity can only have one script attached, while on Unity each game object has multiple components and one script is one component. So they are still very similar. It's not as difficult as one might think. And the issue that I'm having right now, like, it was fairly easy for me to build like the game logic and the game rules and the transitions and whatnot. The issue that I'm having is I've never worked on multiplayer on Unity. Actually, I've never built something multiplayer from scratch. I always used something that I've always worked on games that already had like the multiplayer plugged in and working. So I've never had to do it myself. So that's why I'm suffering. It's not me battling the engine, it's me not knowing, because I've never done this ever. Like, if I'm able to do this in Unity, I can go in Godot and make a multiplayer game in Godot in like 1/10 of the time that it's taking me to do it in Unity the first time. Because the concept will be the same. Okay, so now this is crashing for some reason. So now it's saying, yeah, bro, you cannot, you actually cannot do this. So let me see what this guy has to say. Yeah, I would say that as long as you practice and train and just like keep working on your stuff, you'll get there. Like, you will be able to switch from one to the other without like any difficulty. Okay, so this actually needs a iNetwork something. iNetwork will serialize. This is so weird. iNetwork serializable. Okay, so this actually is required. Okay, and then I can do a serializer dot serialize. Okay, I can do a ref client ID. Score, movement tiles, and combat tiles. What ID is that? Hello, rule real. This is Rider from JetBrains, and it has integration with both Unity and Unreal. So it's this. It's this one. No worries. You are welcome. Okay, so serialized value for combat tiles needs to be something different. Oh, and this needs to go on there. Oh. Okay, hold on. So maybe I don't need to do this. Okay, so it's saying that I need to build a serialization for that guy. So maybe I can do a generate serialization for type of network player data. Thank you for the follow. Rule Y real. GG. Here's your confetti. Is it as slow as any JetBrains product? No. I actually think it's like fairly fast. I mean, even if it's not as fast as you might expect, the integration with both Unity and Unreal is just so good that it doesn't actually matter. Like, this is the best alternative that you have. Like, it's a billion times better than like Visual Studio. So it's just best if you use this. Slow to boot up and read your project, then it's fine. Yeah, it kind of needs to like parse the entire project and like all the bindings for the engine. But then it's GG. Then it's GG. Okay, so if I click play here, no, it's still giving me the same freaking error. Okay, what do you want? Serialization has not been generated for type network player data. This can be addressed by adding a generate serialized for generic parameter type attribute to your generic class. To the class that is attempting or creating a field on a network behavior of type network variable. Bro, this is what I'm doing. Okay. This can be addressed by adding generate serialization for generic attribute type to your generic class that serializes this value if you're using one. Oh, it's a network variable and I have a network list. Ah, okay, maybe I see. So maybe if I just do a maybe if I just do like a fake mock player. Okay, maybe if I do this, it's gonna work then. I don't know. Okay, it's almost 2 p.m. Okay. Okay, so now it only tried once and then like crashed. Which is cool. Okay, but I think this is still the same error as before. This can be addressed by adding generate serialization for generic parameter attribute to your generic class that serializes this value if you're using one, or adding generalization for type attribute type of network player data to the class or method that is attempting to serialize it. Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm trying to do. Like, I literally have it here. Oh, it needs to be an attribute. It's missing one. Oh, pretty cool. Like, even the error that they give you, it's like missing one close parenthesis there. I mean, but this is the same as this, ain't it? So this should work. This should work. Okay, let's see. Nope, still failed. For some reason. Maybe it doesn't like the fact that it's a list. So it's either this or this, or creating a field on network behavior of type network variable. I mean, this is all I'm doing. This error continues to appear after doing one of those things, and this is a type you can change. Either implement iNetwork serializable or mark it as a serializable by memcopy to its interface list to enable automatic serialization generation. Okay. So maybe I don't need this, and I don't need this. Maybe I need to come here and say that this thing is serializable. What multiplayer type are you implementing? Currently, I'm going with client server, where the server is is the host, so it can actually play as well. But as far as I know, Unity can kind of like change between peer-to-peer and client server automatically. So I think that in the end, I will try like peer-to-peer. It should be just as simple as like coming here to the game manager, the network manager, and changing this from Unity transfer to relay. I think relay is peer-to-peer, regular transport is server and client. And as far as I know, I think it should work the same. Okay, does this work with only that? It worked. So it only needed... GG, it didn't work. Okay, so it still needs the iNetwork serializable. Oh boy. So it still needs this. So this is not enough. Oh, or I can try the by mem copy thing. If I don't need like a fancy serialization. Okay, let's try again. Please work. I'm hungry. 2, 3. Okay, good job. It worked. It worked. So this player 2 is stopped here. Its local client ID is that. I have an array of multiple players. I only have one player. Why? I don't understand this. Why would I only have one player? So it's gonna crash now. Write permissions for this client is not allowed. That's okay. Okay, I kinda thought that this would work. I have so many things open. I kinda thought this would work. So I'm initializing the game. If I'm the host, I create all of the players that are connected. So if I attach to this guy here, it should have like both of them connected there. Yeah, so this has two connected clients, client 0 and client 1. And I mean, I'm gonna add both here. So on the players, I should have 2 entries there. And then I'll allow this guy to run. And then on this guy here, I'm gonna wait 1 second. And these players should be synced, but they aren't. So it's kind of weird. Like sometimes things do get synced, sometimes they don't. So I'll need to figure that out. But that's gonna be the post-lunch discovery. Everyone, thank you very much for watching the morning stream, keeping me company, chatting. Thank you for all of the followers. If you are watching the stream currently and you don't follow, this is your chance, because I will be back in around 30 minutes, 45 minutes to do the afternoon stream, where I'll just continue working on this for another 2 hours, 2.5 hours. But yeah, I'll get going. I'm very hungry. And thank you for the support, and I appreciate you all. And see you later. Bye-bye.